Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hopefully, everything is coming through perfectly and we did not make any mistakes with the streaming. If anybody's out there watching in real time, please do let me know so that I know it's working. I'm just gonna quickly set up some music for the background. If anyone has any recommendations for music, that'll be dope too. That's like stream friendly. I tried to look for a few of them, but for some reason I think it's copyrighted. I found stream beats. Let's see if that's good or not. If anyone can see this or hear this, please let me know if the volume's good. Last time it was a bit too loud. I'm gonna drop it a tiny bit. All right. So, welcome back to the forest creation in Unreal Engine. I hope I don't crash because we do have a lot of geometry caches and characters and all kinds of things that we added while we were gone away. The last thing we did at the end of the last stream was actually setting up the PCG for the forest, which took a very long time, but as someone mentioned in the last stream, I guess it's good that we end up seeing these things that make something like to make something cinematic. It takes a long list of technical hurdles that you have to clear in the background, so we got to see a little bit of that, and I'm not the best with PCG, so it took me a little bit longer. I see we have 3 concurrent viewers. If anyone can just tell me if the music is good, if my volume is good, if everything's coming through, just let me know in the chat. That would be amazing. So we got most of that forest set up, and Andre ended up creating a lot of these cinematics that he put together, which is great because now we can use that and the cameras in order to set up the rest of the detailing work that we have to do, but do it from the camera's perspective, so we're not doing it everywhere basically. So what I'm doing here right now is just turning off the visibility and the running checkmark for the geometry caches to make things a little bit easier on us. So these kind of things that are pretty heavy, they're basically Alembic file caches which come from Houdini, so they run frame by frame and they're pretty real time, but that also means that it takes a lot of the system resources. So turning all of this stuff off is good until it's ready to be rendered for final. So that's why I'm just gonna go in and turn all that off. Hey Andre, how's it going? Last time the music was a little bit louder compared to my volume, so I hope I dialed it down a tiny bit. As long as it's there in the background, let me know. I'm just gonna turn this thing off as well. Alright, let's just keep going through the shots, make sure everything is turned off. All the geometry caches, and we will have to tweak a lot of the ground penetration because these characters are going through that right now, so we can have all that adjusted towards the very end. But yeah, for now I'm just gonna keep going through all of these caches. Maybe I should just select all of them. So select this, select that, set the running to off, and visibility to off. Are you sure, Andre? Because last time it was a little bit louder. I can increase it a tiny bit on my end. Let's increase it. All right, I increased it by 25%. As long as like sometimes I go into like an hour later, I'm not talking as loudly because I'm focused. So I'm talking like this at this kind of volume because I'm just focused on something. But that means the music takes over, and then it's very hard to hear anything that I'm saying. But hopefully I even picked songs this time that are not too crazy. Just to make sure, copyright free music for Twitch stream, shooting videos, and okay. As long as it is copyright free, hopefully. So going back to the geometry caches and turning those off. We got this one off as well. He's got some cloth in here. Turn that off. Turn the running off. And then this shot, which is pretty heavy on close. Select off. Off. So it's gonna look a little funny, but it's okay for the time being. Running and visibility. And then the last one. Running. Running. And select them both. Visibility off. So hopefully that should be all the clothes turned off. Let's find. Okay, we do have this on. Turn that off. Turn the visibility off. So shot by shot. This one is just the body because all the clothes are off. Same thing here. Same thing here. Same thing in this wide shot. And then same thing in this super long lens. So the guy's down there in the middle, but we're gonna have to tweak all that based on our cameras. All right. Awesome. So let's get this party started. Let's go see our forest. And just save everything we did. Check out. And save. File. Save all. So as we talked about last time, we set up this PCG here, which is awesome now because we could really go in, add the big trees and the weird trees and the evil trees and all of those in there, and really create the backdrop for the trees that show up through the tree line. So it's just stuff that shows up here in the back basically. So what we will do is extend this part a little bit more. Don't extend it too far. As long as they poke through a tiny bit out, that's fine. And you don't have to align it to the landscape because it's projected from top down, so you're totally fine. So again, we select our PCG, and if anytime you're trying to select something and a transparent giant plane that you used for like some element is in the way, you can quickly press T on your T as a shortcut on your keyboard, and that disables translucent selection. So you can click objects that are opaque basically, or masked. But anything that is translucent won't be able, you can't select that. But if you turn that back on, I press T again. Now I can select the plane. So that's a quick tip if you're ever trying to quickly select things. So we're gonna select this, clear, and rebuild. And then give it a second. And there we go. Got a nice dense variety of trees. Now let's go inside of this PCG system and start adding different kinds of edit and start adding all kinds of different meshes in there to create variations. Let's see how we can do that. So we're going to select PCG jungle, and we have all of this stuff in here. So what we did is at the very end, when this was being created, the tree variation, I just ended up adding the 2 static mesh spawners. So what we could also do is in the static mesh spawner, we can add more meshes. So currently we have this jungle broadleaf 1 and then jungle broadleaf 2. So let's just go in and try to add the other ones as well. So we're gonna add 1, 2, 3, 4. And then in the descriptor, we're gonna go find where all of these static meshes live. So I'm just gonna open up one of them, hit browse, and it's gonna show up. I'm on this other screen where I have the assets basically, so just so you're aware, it's on my other screen. And in here, I'm gonna go in and try to find different varieties of trees to create more variation. So I'm gonna close this, close that, and then let's look for large trees. So we'll do this jungle hollow tree 1, and then do jungle hollow tree 2, close that, and then we already did the pine. Let's see what other big trees do we have access to. And that's the thing, you don't want like the small ones at this point. You want really large trees because they'll poke through and show up, otherwise it's pointless. To have like really small grass and rocks and whatnot spawning in there, you'll never ever see it until in a very specific camera angle. Then you can just go in and populate from that camera angle instead of having to do it in all kinds of environments. Might be a good idea to go over the camera. Might be a good idea to go over the cameras first, right? It makes more sense that way and all. Yeah, sure, like you want to showcase the different cameras, you can. I thought it was a bit of a mystery, so I wasn't really spoiling it for people other than what was necessary, but I can show the cameras if you want. So let's break the story down. Let's actually, while we're here, clean up and regenerate. We'll have some new trees now. There you go. We got some new trees popping in. You might want to make them a little bit bigger. Actually, before I show the cameras super quick, Andre, I'm gonna just make the size on these a little bit bigger. So we're gonna find this one again, go inside of the entries. Then for the hollow tree descriptors, we're gonna make sure to double check if the size, so the size actually is coming from the point itself. And if something shows up too small and you want to tweak it, the best way to do that is create another static mesh spawner with a different transform points, because here you can scale the min and max. So what I'll do is I'll take that and paste that And that's the beauty of PCG. You can just have that also getting piped in separately there. I'm just gonna paste that in here, and then in the first one we're gonna go in and delete all those entries we did. So let's say this one, delete, and delete. And then is this one, we're going to delete the broadleaf 1, broadleaf 2, maybe also, let's say, delete these 2. This way we only have hollow trees in this 2, so now we can go in this and make this bigger. So it can go from 0.5 to maybe 0.85. And now, without having to tweak anything else, now that we just saved that, you just clean up and recreate, and just like that they get much larger, so they're more significantly visible from a distance when the camera comes in, like they're poking through a little bit better. Same thing you might want to do with the ones that are in Pine, I believe it's called. So let's quickly go in. Then after this we'll go take a look at the cameras. So even this one, maybe you could make a little bit bigger, 0.45. Okay, these are all locked, so I don't have to enter for each one. Let's just say 0.65. And then for this other filter, just make more space. In this one, we're gonna go in and say you can be bigger than that, so 0.5. Okay, that's set. And then 0.85 in this one. And save. And clean and create. And just like that, the trees are large enough that they'll stick through, so you might not even have to populate the really far away shots, if anything. But something to keep in mind, you can always create these kind of variations. It looks more lush that way, especially for this kind of camera flyby that Andre wanted to do. Alright, so let's save all, check out. Then look at the cameras. So with cameras, what we have is this sequencer here that I'm going to drag into the screen so you can see what's happening. So what we have is, and this is how you should usually be working if you're ever doing cinematics in Unreal Engine. I see a lot of people, and I mentioned this at the end of the last stream that we did. Check it out if you haven't. What was the issue is, a lot of times I see a lot of people working in sequencers, and let's say I have to do all these different animations, and we want to make sure that, okay, all of this is like a lot of characters, there's a lot of animation, the guy walks over, maybe shoots, she falls down. A lot of people just start putting things inside that one sequence. Ashish Rawat, excited to learn new curves from me today. Oh, awesome. Welcome, Ashish. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Happy to have you here. If you have any questions, concerns, feel free to message in the chat. But yeah, so the way I would recommend working with sequencers in Unreal Engine is to have, oh yeah, so going back to how people usually do, which is a lot of times people would put everything in the same sequence. So there'll be an animation of her falling down, then an animation of her getting up or doing something. They're all one behind the other. And when you work that way, what happens is, let's say if I say, okay, in the beginning I want her to fall faster and then get up faster or something. If you're making those changes up here in the beginning, like let's say in this sequence, right, we have a, okay, in this one there's just a camera. Let's go in one where there's characters. So let's say in this one, I open that one up. So in this one there's cameras, there's hair, shirt, boot, bracelet. You can see like blood mesh, all kinds of things that are present. So imagine this times 100 when you have all of that for like thousands of frames. If you have to change something, you have to move all the keyframes that are like further down that way. So as a result of that, it's a lot more work. So anytime you're working with sequencers, always work individually per shot. So what you would do is, if I was to select and just browse to this particular one, what you do is something like this in your content browser. Just create a sequence cinematics folder, and then have each shot be separate. So like just name it LS shot 1, shot 2, and they will all be just your regular cinematics level sequence, just this actor, and then you work in just that. And then you have a master, which is again another empty level sequence, but when you open that one up, you drag the other shots into that. So you pick it and then you can just drag it basically, and so you like bring it in and you can let go and release it, and it will add that as the new shot. So what that allows you is to make sure that it's kind of like a Premiere type of timeline. So you can then go in, double click that, and go into that particular sequence, make the changes, and then use these buttons up here on the right to then go back into the other master sequence basically. So that is what I would personally recommend anytime you have to play with sequences. So this way you can see all. The only thing to keep in mind between the two sequences, and this is something I just fixed before the stream started, is to make sure the FPS of the master is the same as the FPS of the sub sequences. So these are playing at 24 FPS, so you have to make sure that this is also at 24. Earlier it was set to 30, but it will add like a exclamation mark here and say they're not the same, please fix. So you can then just fix it. So story wise, what's happening is there is this opening scene where there's a lot of this forest line, and then there is this open area, and our character is going to be, so we're going to have to adjust the lighting a little bit, but our character is going to be standing here playing in the grass. She's supposed to be a young alien female, and then she sees something. Maybe at the end of this shot you hear like birds just flying away or something. You see that for a second, so she reacts to that and she goes like, huh, what's happening, what's that? And then on the other end we have this guy who's like a hunter, and he's the main antagonist, and she reacts to the fact that he's present. Maybe like she sees something, and then on the other end she's like reacting to it, and he's smiling like he knows he's got his prey. He pulls his gun out and he takes a shot, and then she falls down, and she's like, there's a lot of blood coming out from the thigh area. I turned all of that off, and the clothing and all the cash, because it's very heavy to have all that in the environment, but it will look really nice because she has like tentacle head. So there will be a lot of simulation with that, a lot of cloth simulation and blood and all of that. So she's reacting to it, and she's in pain, and she's slowly like passing out essentially. And then we see this tight shot, like on a really long lens of the guy just walking over. So you see his cloak like floating in the wind as he's walking over, and then she falls backwards, and same thing, she has claws and tentacles and all of that, and then she's passing out, she's coughing blood, she's like losing consciousness, and you see the sky with clouds and whatnot, and then he enters the frame, and then she sees that, she reacts by getting up, he pushes her down, and she tries to get up, and he takes the gun and he bashes the face, and that's where it cuts and goes back from the flashback. Basically that's the end of it, and we just have these two shots with her face all fucked up from the hit, which is going to be a part of like earlier sequences, but it's just going to show up for a very flash of a second, so it's very brief. But that's the camera, and that's the idea with the camera, and it's very important to block all of this out while you have time working on your whatever short that you're working on, anything that you're trying to build. Because environments like this where you're making something so massive, you could just spend days and days working on like the smallest little detail in the forest, but it's irrelevant when you're seeing something from really far away. So that's why it's important to know the fact that your camera is more or less locked, and then using that information you can go in and populate all the details. Cool. All the sequencers are 30 FPS, all the caches are 30 FPS. But when I open these up, they're in 24. I didn't change these, I just changed the master one. So let me open up this one maybe. Yeah, the ones that you have were also 24. Maybe in your original one it was set to that when you dragged it here. Does it show up 30 on your end? Because you haven't synced yet, so let me know which way, because I can make that change now. If on your end these sequences, the ones with the geometry caches, like if you go inside of them, do they show 24 or 30? Just double check, because you might have to change all that right now before we start the work so that everything is timed up well. So take a look, let me know. I'm just gonna tweak all the PCG stuff in the meantime. I turned the cache off. It's lagging because of the heavy PCG. I would recommend if you could open up on your end. You don't have to have the environment, just open up the animation stuff that you had in an empty level like you had before, and just open up these individual sequences and see what the FPS says on yours for each one of these. Because I didn't change these personally, I only changed the master, but I don't know if changing the master changes all the sub ones as well. It doesn't in my opinion, but I could be wrong, so that's why check it on your end while I'm doing the PCG work. Cool. So let's go back into our PCG blueprint. We can close this main blueprint because we're just going to be working in the PCG graph. So give it a second, it's lagging. There we go. So now I'm gonna pull this on this side just to see what kind of a look we want. So we don't want it to be super populated like that. So what we would do is maybe for the pine trees, actually for the broadleaf, sometimes you can also turn things off. So let's say if you just don't want to see the broadleaf trees, what you can do in your PCG is just select this, and two ways. You can click the enabled checkbox here, or you can press the E key, and that disables or enables a particular node. So you can do that to quickly save and then go back into your main PCG and then quickly hit clean and generate, and that removes that, so it doesn't create that. So you'll see the broadleaf one are gone. It's just this long thin pine one. So it's a quick way of troubleshooting things. So I think this is a much nicer outline where it's like uneven a little bit. Don't want to have these guys be too big, so I'm just going to turn them back on. Select the transform points and make the scale min and scale max values a little bit smaller. And what that does is doesn't let those guys be as large, so they don't stick out. So they're still there, but they're not as huge basically. So clean up and regenerate, and now if we open up and see inside, now those broadleaf are back, but they're not quite as tall basically, which is good. Hunter walk is 100 FPS. All the other are 30 FPS. Okay. All right. So it is. Once I change this, we can change it after, but it'll be a lot of work. So just to double check, make sure that all of these are set to that. So I'm going to change the master to 30. Okay, so that's good. All the subsequence is also changed to 30, so that's good. The walk one, I think we'll have to see how we will do. It's a very specific one, so we'll troubleshoot that when we get to it, but overall I think it's good. Okay, where's the transform here? Okay, cool. I'm gonna save it all. And move this here. Come back here. Now I want the one with the hollow tree, which is that mushroom looking tree, to show up a little bit more. So I'm gonna make it a little bit taller. Save. And then do the same where we clear and generate, in the hopes that these guys, yeah, show up a little bit more, the mushroom ones, which is good. I also have a temporary directional light in the scene just to see things more clearly. Let's make these guys a little bit, that's the broadleaf. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Sure. All right. Then clean up. So usually PCG is real time, just so that some people might get confused. Anytime you make changes in here, PCG updates in real time. But in this case, the guy has, because the guy who made this pack made the PCG setup, like the original massive setup here, because it's so big and it takes a while to update. Every time, let's say you change a tiny bit of a value, it'll take forever to update here. That's why it's set to manual, so that you have to hit these two buttons to refresh and re-update. Cool, so this is good. I am going to copy these and paste them to create more variations of trees. Let's put that, let's make that a little bit bigger. It's kind of hard when I'm streaming at 1080 and I don't have a lot of real estate to move things around. I'm just gonna connect this here. All right. And I also can. Okay, let's close all this. So there we go. I have these two buttons ready to go basically. So in this one, now what we're gonna do is add new meshes, create variations. So we'll just go in here, hit browse, and then find something that's that size. Now, a lot of times when you're in a content browser, here's another pro tip for those that are not aware. Whenever you're in your content browser, let's say it's all like, these are all trees and whatnot, right? Like I know this is a tree and it's large, but I don't know if this vine here is supposed to be large or if this weird looking alien one is supposed to be large. So Unreal has a really nice option for you to go in and quickly see the size of the asset, which is perfect in this case. So whenever you hover on top, you'll see, I'm not going to obviously move because the tooltip is connected to the mouse, so I can't really show it. But if you look at this list and keep going down the list where it says vertices, triangles, you keep going down, there's a thing that says approx size, which is, that is the thing that you need. So that's in units, I believe, but I think Unreal's default unit system is centimeters, so you can take that number, and then I guess that's 1100 centimeters. But the goal is, regardless of what the units are, the number, if I know that this tree is 1100 by 1000 by 3000, then when I go to the next one, I can quickly see the size of that is 500, 500, and 841. So that's half the size of the other one. So that's a quick way of knowing that, okay, that's a big item versus this one. I can see it's 135 by 135, so it's 1/10 the size. So it's not supposed to be too large. So that's a quick way. Same thing with these guys. These are huge, because I remember seeing them when I pulled them into the content browser, from the content browser into the level. Like, I knew that they were pretty large. So this one, you can see it says 7000 by 4000 by 3000. So that is a quick way to see. This is 161, so it's not that big. This is also 185, so it's not that big. So let's see. Some of them you can obviously scale a little to make them be as big. But let's do this one. Leaf bush. Let's do this long leaf flower. So I'm gonna select that and add that here in this new static mesh spawner. And then I have to find another one that is relatively the same size, because both of these static meshes that are inside this spawner are being controlled by this transform point. So let's say if I want to make that tree that we just selected a little bit larger, right? I can do that with the transform points here, but because both the mesh entries are within the same transform points, you should pick the two entries that are already close enough in size. So if I know this one is 500 by 500 by 841, I can't pick, let's say, this one, which is 55 by 55, because then if I use the transform points to actually scale and make this guy bigger, this guy will still not be visible. So group similarly sized items under the same static spawner, basically, in the PCG. So we'll just find something that is roughly 500 by 500. So let's go. I think this one was 400, so it's pretty good. This one is 161. This one is 185. This is 200. Yeah, so the closest one in terms of size is 129, 15. So these are really small. 88. All right, so this one is the closest one. So I'm just gonna pick that and add that to the second mesh. There we go. And now, because I know that this is half the size already, then I have to multiply all of this times 2 for it to even pop out of the forest height, basically. So we're just going to set this to 1, and then in here we can set it to 2 just to see what it looks like. Hit save. And now when we clean up and recreate, you should be able to see these new trees as well. Let's see where they popped up. So they did pop up here. They're still a little bit small as they're being spawned. Same thing with this guy. It's not as big as it could be. It is spawning at the same spot where this other guy is spawning, which is fine, I guess. From far away shots, you're not gonna know. It just makes it look more alien, I guess. But let's make it even bigger. See if that helps. So we'll keep it to 2 and 4. Make sure that's the one that has these 2 trees that we just picked. Yep. Hit save. And then clean up, generate, and there you go. It starts poking out from the top. Now obviously it's getting too obvious and too large, so we don't want it to be that big. And also let's go back to camera point of view. Yeah, so it's too obvious now. Let's pick a I'm in Jurassic Park over here. So let's set it to 2 and 3, see what that does. Save, clean up, generate. Okay, this is kind of not bad. So go back to our sequencer, which is right here on my other screen, and then just play this shot. So yeah, not a fan of how they're showing up here. Let's turn just saw your message. If it doesn't work, we can just detach it from the master. Yeah, we could just do that. So let's go back into the PCG, pull this back somewhere here, and in the light, maybe turn directional light off to see what that looks like. If those trees are even visible. So it's not that visible. What I would say is maybe have the end part of this line not be sticking out this far out, because I feel like it's sticking out through the front line a bit too much. So I'm just gonna push both of these lines further out this way. And sometimes it's hard now because you have so much foliage density to see where that next point was. So what I do is something like this, where I go into a very dark spot, because that makes the spline more visible, so you can see the points really easily instead of being in like a very dense area. It's hard to see it sometimes, so now you can click it and pick it. So let's move this a little bit back, and then click the PCG again, and then do the same thing, clean and generate. And then go back to the camera view. There we go. So let's go back closer up, take a look. So there's definitely some nice variations going on. Now, the one thing to keep in mind is these next set of trees that we're going to generate, which is pretty big. Those are the ones that are twisting, basically. So we're going to generate these two again. Connect that there. Connect this here. And then in this one, we're gonna pick the really big, these guys, these two, which are the twisted tall ones. So we're gonna pick this one, put it in there. Hello, how's it going, Matty? Where are you joining us from? What part of the world are you joining us from? Select this here, save, and then once these are saved, now these will come out really massive, so something to keep in mind is the transform points for these two. Let's see how big they are. So clean up and regenerate. Let's see where they are. So I do see them here. It's nice, they show up like twisted branches here. The reason they're showing up like this, we can go in and fix later in the shader. For now, let's just focus on the actual generations. So maybe The size didn't come out as bad. Maybe you want to make it a tiny bit bigger. So let's try 0.75 and 1.5 to see what it does. Save. Control Shift S to save all. Clean up and recreate. Okay. That's way too big, obviously. So let's set this back to 1. We started overflowing out into the jungle. Save, clean, and generate. Alright, so now something to keep in mind, they're not as tall height-wise, but they're very long, right? So when you have a couple of them at the very edge here, when they spawn, they don't show up too much sticking out of the tree line, which is what we want, and not as much of them sticking out this way. So the way to solve that is to just make it have rotation values as well. So currently they're not rotating wherever they spawn. I'm good, Maddie. How are you? How are you doing? What country are you joining us from? Let us know. It's good to know all the different parts of the world that people join us from. So basically now we go into the rotation for this particular one, and minus, I don't know which axis that would be to lift it up. I think it will be X. Let's see. Let's just test. Minus 10 and 10 on X. And then clean up and generate. Okay, so that wasn't the correct axis. Set this back to 0. Let's try on Y. Save. Clean up and generate. There we go. Now they're starting to rotate upwards, which obviously sometimes would mean that their shape wasn't supposed to be that way, but this is where now we can control the density of how it spawns in and create the look that we want. So you can already see it kind of obviously overshoots here. So let's say instead of minus 30, we can say it can go 90 degrees up or down. So that's a pretty huge change. So we can save that, see, and you can see they all start sticking up. So that's great. Now we just have to make sure that their size is not as big as it was before. So we can set it to 0.5 maybe, and 0.85. Save. And then clean up and generate again. Cool. Now let's reduce the filter in order to make these points not be as dense. So because they're spawning a lot right now, we want to have some kind of control so that it's not that intense, and there's just a couple of them. So what we can do is we have an attribute filter here, and in between the transform points we can add a density filter. So density filter, let's see if this works. Connect this here, select this and plug that into that, and disconnect this line. Now we're saying what's the lower and upper bounds of the density that it's generating in. So let's see if first of all this even reduces. So go in here and clean up, generate. It looks great. Thank you. Yeah, it's for a cinematic. It's not for a game. It's we're doing like a high quality cinematic render, so it's just for that, which is why it's not even optimized. It's just supposed to get the shots out at the highest quality. So let's see. So we keep looking at this just to see if the density reduces. So we're gonna change the bounds on this. So let's see if we set it to 0.1 and 1, sure, hit save and clean up and generate. That looks like a bit more, so let's do 0.85 and 1. Save, clean up and generate. There you go. So just like that, we have reduced the number. You can obviously go even higher, 0.95 to 1. So only the points which land in between these two will be the ones that will generate those. So you can see it's not as many, it's just like a couple of them. But same thing, these are background ones. You don't want to have the ones that catch attention be that obvious, so we can make them a little bit smaller still. So we can go in the points again. Maybe you can also rotate in X while they're rotating upwards. You can maybe rotate in all axes, you know, fuck it, let's just try. Just to create all kinds of variations. Save. Clean up and generate. There you go, these two obviously are identical, so you can do it again. Generate. Oh yeah, since the seed didn't change, it will create the exact same thing. So let's make the size 0.4 and 0.75. Save. And then maybe actually also reduce so we get a bit more. Save. And now when we clean up and generate, you should have some more variations coming through. But obviously I don't like the fact that all of these are the same shapes. So let's go back to our transform points. Maybe do -45, -45 to 45. And then same thing here. Let's not make them stand all the way up. So maybe -75 to 75. Save. Clean up and generate. So that does help. It's still a bit too big. Maybe make that smaller. 0.3 to 0.5. Save. And then generate. Okay, now it became too small. Or they're not even sticking out anymore. So let's make it bigger again. 0.6. Save. Clean up. Generate. A couple of them sticking out here and there. Let's increase the density a bit maybe. Save. Clean up. Generate. Yeah. So it's kind of working. Obviously you also want to break them up sometimes manually. And at the very end, whenever you're done, right before you're rendering, you do want to turn the PCG off completely. So there's an option where you can select the PCG and turn that into static meshes. So all of this will become actual instant static meshes instead of being PCG, because PCG has to be calculated at runtime, which is something you don't want if your GPU is already busy doing things. Just something to keep in mind. Let's do -65, -30, just different numbers, so maybe it's not rotating in the exact arcs. 45, 75, and 55. Save. There you go. So it's a bit better. A lot of them are actually going down. So what you can also do to avoid the fact that a lot of them are generated but they're basically under the ground is lift them up in height. So you can say from 0 to 200 in height. It will spawn some of them that go higher up in height even though they're smaller in size basically. Obviously that might not be too big of a number, so you could do maybe like 1,000. Let's see what that does. Clean up and generate, and now when you select, there'll be like lesser number up here. You basically want to do it until some of them obviously are way high up there. So let's do that. 1,000 to 5,000. And then clean up, generate. There you go. You start seeing them going up, which is great. That's what you want. And now you're spending less of them down here. So this is good. Now you want them to do two things. One, you can make them smaller. If you make them too small, some of them might visually appear floating by themselves, which is something you don't want. So let's try, say 0.5 and 0.25 instead of 1,500. Save, clean up, generate. So that's good. That's good detail. You still, it's too many, so maybe density wise 0.9. Save, clean up, and generate. So now it's starting to form kind of like a singular structure kind of look. So now you want to reduce the height that they go to. So maybe not 5,000, but let's try 4,000. Obviously click and see if that helps reduce the ones that are going into the ground. Save, clean and generate. There you go. So they all came down a bit. And now just like that, you have some distant PCG trees that are floating up. And obviously if you fly by and do like really crazy flyby, you'll see that they're floating, some of them like that, which is why you have to build from the camera's perspective to avoid issues like this. Or I mean, you can obviously lower them a little bit too. So instead of 250 to 4,000, you do 3,000. So you lower the ceiling to which they can go. And clean up and generate. Something like that. 2,800. Just trying to make sure that the foreground one that we have here that we added by hand, the ones in the back are not competing with that. Like these two seem to be competing with this foreground one that's added by hand. Like you don't want that because the eye just goes to those then. So I'm trying to lower the height on that thing. This one actually you can set to, because it's Z axis, so it's spinning on this axis. You can set it to 180 minus 180 to 180. So it can spin on all axes, like on Z axis at least, all the way. There you go. So now you get some more interesting breakups. Cool. Now, another thing you could do is wherever these guys are spawning, you can spawn more things on them. but I don't know how heavy that will get. Let's see how dense the wireframe is. Okay, so it is pretty crazy dense. So you gotta play it careful. Maybe I'll try this off stream just to see if my PC doesn't crash, just in case. But what you could do with PCG, which is why it's so great, is the fact that you can sample the vertexes of this, each of the trunks that are being spawned, and you can go in and say spawn more meshes on that. So then you can create like bushes and all kinds of green foliage and vines and whatnot covering the entire, like it's super crazy how far you can go with PCG. You can spawn, you can detect points in PCG on this tree trunk that are facing downwards and only isolate those, and then say here is where the vine meshes grow, which is great because you don't have to manually go in and place those vines. You can just go and be like, okay, you just have to add the vine wherever the underside point is, so it looks like it's hanging off of that. So since it's pretty dense, I'm not gonna risk it on stream, just so that it, just in case, so hopefully it doesn't crash. Literally the first stream that I did with this project, it crashed my entire stream, so trying not to risk that. Cool. So now the other thing is, at least for this shot, that is populating all of this area with some kind of grass, or like just more foliage, grassy type foliage, because you don't want it to be the forest. The forest line is there, and then eventually once that is done, we'll start adding more fog, and this shot will start getting closer to final. So what we are going to do is pick this as a mood board image here and keep that open in the background, and cancel. This is just the image from the thumbnail that I generated using the base render from Unreal Engine. Opened up, there you go. So using the base render from that particular camera angle, like this camera angle, we generated that image. So it's a good way to brainstorm ideas of what are the things that you're missing that you could add in order to bring it into a more cohesive world. And obviously the number one thing is like the fog that you see here, the really fine details that you see here, adding a lot of the uneven ground texture, adding a lot of mossy grass, so it's not just like tall grass but mossy grass, a lot of rocks that you could scatter in on that uneven landscape. I think that's the kind of stuff that will help stand this out. And then obviously individually add like fog cards in between the meshes overall in order to separate them. So like right now you can see these guys here very clearly because there's a fog card right behind that can make that stand apart. Same thing here, you're seeing through the forest. So these are good indications of negative spaces, so you're not just like focusing on creating crazy density, but you're also creating negative spaces where there is nothing, and the lack of nothing makes it look better. So I think we're good with the forest part for now. We'll go back in afterwards, but for now this looks good. So let's start. I'm just gonna open this image here on the side. All right, let's start with the grass itself. And for that, obviously the fastest, easiest way is to just foliage paint all of this. So you could just go in and paint all the grass, but I think before we do that, the one good reference here is the unevenness of the ground, which I think adds to the fact that it's not as flat, versus if you look here, it's relatively flatter. So what I would do is this mesh that I've been using, which is a Quixel mesh of a scan, like a Tundra scan, this one, with little bits of water bodies here and there, which is great. Just using this mesh to create more uneven patches. So to do that, let's make sure we're in the landscape level. So select that in our landscape level, double click. So that's our active level now. So whenever we duplicate, it's going to duplicate in that. So we just save it, we can check it out. And give it a second. Oh, how's everyone doing? Everybody is doing good. Let's make sure we didn't pick the original one and made a copy of it. Yeah. So just having it here and then increasing it in Z makes it have that undulating ground look, basically. That's very easy to create instead of having to like manually create the entire landscape. You can just have that. So I'm just going to open this in the corner on the second screen and then use that. So since we're bringing attention to the character here, it's actually good the way it was in the reference image that we just saw. We're having more content on this side that's then tapering down into this angle is a nicer composition instead of having to build tall things on this side because it doesn't look good aesthetically. So I'm just gonna add a couple more chunks, make it uneven, rotate, and then add one more further this way, scale it up. Can even rotate it since we have the arc ball on. Maybe not that because the peaks are too sharp there. And just enough where we're not blocking the detail that we have here for the forest. Rotate this way. So it's all coming down into that area as a focus point. Maybe rotate this up. Maybe move this here and add another one here. Rotate, scale. Move this out of the way. So we're getting more of that inclined look. Obviously none of this will work outside the camera, like you'll see it's all just like sticking out like that, but again, it doesn't matter because we're just building from this way, so everything is basically coming in and getting flatter and flatter on this side. So you can obviously scale it too to make it smaller, which leads to more details. But again, have it higher in Z. So even though it's smaller in the other two axes, it's taller here. So that way when you push it down, you can create these patches basically. So this is a good way of creating undulating ground. This is how I usually do whenever I have to do larger scapes of ground instead of having to manually set each thing up, because obviously once you cover all of this with grass and all kinds of foliage, it's going to be less obvious. And then it obviously helps too that the landscape that you're trying to blend it in has similar colors, so to speak. Then same thing on the other side of her, so duplicate that on this side, get a bit taller but not too tall because you don't want to box her in. Just enough to create ridges, so when you have a ridge like this you can put a fog card right behind to make that ridge stand out basically. So let's go in, put that, more of that there. Since it's further out, it doesn't matter, we can scale it a bit more intensely. And then create more grass patches like that. And then past that, we'll get to that when we get to that, but I think this is a good rough setup here. So now comes the part which is painting foliage, and it is very buggy in general. Anytime I'm undoing something when I'm painting foliage, I always like panic because I think it's gonna crash. And hello, love the trailer of Blooms of Arachnis, great work. Thank you, Pranil. I posted a breakdown for that as well. I don't know if you've checked out on the YouTube channel. Go ahead, take a look. It's a mini breakdown. I haven't had time to do the long detail one, but I'm working on that, and then that will go into much more detail of how that project was made. It took a long time to set all that up, but I'm happy with how it turned out. So hopefully you find something useful from the mini breakdown that we did. And yeah, if you liked it, hit that like button on this stream, by the way, if anyone's watching, or on the other previous streams if you're trying to go back in time and watch how this forest was made. Something to keep in mind. Alright, so we're just gonna go in, rotate, create more variations. Save it all before it crashes. So, right, as we were talking about foliage, let's try and see if we can paint all that foliage without crashing. So we're gonna go into foliage mode and open up this bar here. And right now we only have the 2 trees, which we don't need. So we're gonna right click that and say show content in browser. So we basically have the foliage folder made, in which we have all of these guys. So what these are basically is the entire main tree with also sub trees and bushes and all of these things that are spawned on them. As a result, they're blueprints, and painting them as blueprint actors is possible. So that's one way of doing it, where you could just go in and paint this entire blueprint as a foliage asset, or you could just go in and paint individual assets themselves. So if I was to open this one, you'll see this one's pointing to that blueprint class. So if you hit browse on that, that will bring you back here. So if I was to paint right now, I won't be painting just the tree, I'll be painting all the things that are inside of this blueprint, which is the vines and all that other stuff. So something to keep in mind whenever you're creating foliage. Now in our case, it is actually better to just use the simple assets that we had, which is all of these guys, because that's what's going to be visible most of the time as foliage. So another quick tip with the Unreal Engine content browser, you know, you have like all of these assets, but obviously I don't know the size of them, so I just told you before, you can hover on top and you can see the little description box where it says approx size, and you can see this one like for example says 149, 103, 450. That's great, but I want to sort these assets so that you can sort by size, meaning the smallest assets are on one side and the biggest, tallest assets are on the other side. And that is useful because now you know which one is grass and which one is a large tree. So you can do that kind of advanced sorting as well, which a lot of people are not aware of. So in order to do that, what you have to do is right click here and let's see, go into settings, and then we go into our list view, I believe, now column view. Yeah, column view. So you see the names of things. This view is very, very rarely used, but it's actually very powerful, because now in here you can right click and find approx size, which we do have here. So let's see, it's this one. So now you can just click on this and suddenly all your assets are sorted by size, with the largest ones like those big trunks and broadleaf tree and all of those, they're down here. So it's a really good way of working whenever you're trying to find the small stuff. So I'm just gonna have that open on this side and start adding these as foliage. And the only sad part is anytime you do that, you have to save it as a foliage actor. Let's try and see if we can add a bunch of them, and if it would take all of those as foliage. You can switch to static mesh foliage. Now it's gonna have to save. Let's see if we pick 2 of them, drag those, it will still pop up this box, but maybe now we can save it as foliage. So we're gonna go in environments, let's find that foliage folder. So that is models, nature, foliage, and jungle. Quick tip, didn't know about it. Yeah, hopefully that helps. There's a lot of these kind of little tips and tricks that are scattered across all the live streams that I'm doing, trying to condense them and make like little shorts and stuff as well, so it's easy to digest. But check out the previous streams if you haven't, Pranil. You'll find a lot of cool tips like that that you might not be aware of. So let's go back to that directory, which is models, nature, foliage, jungle. Okay, models, nature, foliage, jungle. Perfect. So it's right here. Do we have a subfolder in here? No. So let's close that. Close that. Let's try to find where our foliage with these guys are. Browse. Okay, they're in geometry, MAS, and foliage. Okay, so let's go back. Now what I'm doing is in this list, because these are all the smallest actors, I know that these are all worthy of being foliages, and also the naming helps. So I know this is a bush, a flower, and if you're anytime you're doubting, you don't know, because in this view you don't know what's what, you can still go in and obviously browse it that way as well. So the sorting changed anytime you change the folder and you go back in somewhere else. So if I come back here, it's not sorting by size. So you can click on that again, and now all of these are sorted again. So let's see if we pick this one, then grass, under, water lily, under, like for example, I don't know what under is, so let's just click it to see it. Okay, it's just like grassy stuff. So that one too, water lilies, bush grass, spore, ferns, grass, more grass. Now these are hanging ones. I don't know if we should scatter that as foliage because it's gonna just look weird standing up by itself. So let's not do any of the hanging stuff. This one is trunk. It's just a trunk. Okay, we can use that. So what we will do is shift select everything first and then control select the things we don't want. So we don't want this large trunk, we don't want the trees, all of these are trees, we don't want this, we don't want that, we don't want anything that says hanging, because the hanging is all of those hanging vines. So disable this. Let me just see if everything liana is also that. Yeah, so everything that says liana is also just vines. So we are going to disable anything that says liana, 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 more liana, liana, liana. And then once we have all of it off, which I think we do now, just to double check before we drag it, so we're not bringing in anything we don't want. Right, cool. You select all of this and drag into foliage. Now go find that folder that we looked at before, which is geometry, mass, foliage. And now here is the good part. I think it will take the name of the original one and save that as a foliage. So you hit save on that and then it will just start populating each one. So I guess it's a bit pain in the ass to go back to that folder. So what I would do is you can go back to geometry, mass, foliage, and then you can't, because I was gonna say you could just paste that as an address at the top, but you can't. So unfortunately you're gonna have to do that because I was saving it there. Technically you just make a foliage folder. Actually let's just do that. So this is another quick tip. Wait, I see a comment. Do you prefer to use PCG or foliage, or you like to paint it? It depends on the use case. Like right now when I was doing the forest that's in the back, it's all PCG because I know that it just needs to generate. I don't care about how it looks as long as it looks like a forest because the shot is far away. But in this case, what I'm doing now is going to be close to the camera. I don't want it to be PCG because I will have certain choices where I'm like, okay, I want to have a bit of color here, a bit of this look of a certain type of plant here. In order to do that, it's just better to do it through foliage because you can just paint it with a brush and it's faster. And then at the very end, if even with foliage something doesn't look right, I would clear that area out and just build it by hand. So in this case, this particular forest example, we got a bit of everything. This grass stuff that I'm doing now, I'm going to be painting with foliage. The far back one that we took a look at earlier, that's all PCG. And then the actual forest line, like the dividing line with the giant tree trunks and whatnot, all of that is hand placed because I want that to look a very certain way that even foliage can't do. So that's how I think you would determine how it is that you're trying to approach whether PCG, foliage, or just hand placing. Coming back to the pro tip, since you noticed that I had to, like, every time I have to go into the geometry folder, MAS, foliage, because that's where I'm saving all this foliage types. Obviously for so many items it's gonna take a while, so what you would do is, if you wanted to speed it up, you can just save it right here in the same folder where the static mesh is, so it's less work for you. You can just hit save. Every time that thing pops up, you just hit save, and that will just generate all of those in this particular folder. But afterwards, once they're done generating, you can then just batch move all of them together, which is way better than doing it one by one, going into the same folder. If this was Windows Explorer kind of layout, what I would do usually is, you'll have the address bar up here, so I sometimes copy it, just click it, Control V to paste the address of the folder and hit save. But because Unreal doesn't allow that, I think this is the fastest way to do this. Cool. So let's keep going. It's gonna take a while. I just wish Unreal would automate that, saying yes to all and then just process it. Be so much easier. But I understand that it's giving you the choice to name it differently if you wanted to. But in our case, it's fine. As long as it says foliage type at the back, you can just search for the word foliage later when you're browsing for where that went. You can just search the word foliage and it will pop up. So let's keep going. Wow, an hour and a half went by and I didn't even realize it. That's crazy. We started at 11, it's 12:30 in the night. That is mental. Time just flies when you're having fun. So hopefully today's stream we get at least a bit more done with the closer up grassy area, because now we have cameras and the characters. Might be good to set that up today, and then next stream, which will happen in 2 days. So for those that are watching, I'm trying to make a routine out of it. This is the time usually at night when I'm working on projects anyway, so I realized might as well stream so that people can see something and learn something. And I'm also trying to get to a certain watch time, so I would truly appreciate for anyone who's watching to go through the other live streams, watch the videos that we have, the cinematics that I've done before, because it will really help push the channel to grow to that point that I'm trying to get it to. But yeah, so every Tuesday and Thursday I'm planning on doing these live streams for anyone who's free to catch up. I would love to see you guys live, and if not, they're always going to be available to watch after the fact, which would tremendously help. If you watch, hit the like button or just subscribe in general if you haven't. So anyways, now we have all of these done. Now everything is sorted. We don't need this view anymore because we have the sorting done. So we can go back to tiles, and everything is nicely sorted. Right, this is a foliage as well. So now we just search for type, which is foliage, so we can just pick that quickly. So up here in the sorting type, we can just pick foliage, select all of this, and then open up the folder that we wanted to move to, which is geometry, MAS, foliage, jungle, and then drag. Wait, let's see if it's in foliage or foliage jungle. Turn the foliage filter off for a second, just to make sure we're sending it in the right directory. Yeah, we're sending it in the base directory of foliage. So we're gonna go back. We already have all our stuff selected, which is great. So just go back, drag it, and let go into the foliage. Move here, give it time, because it's gonna reconnect everything. And then fingers crossed it doesn't crash, because usually adding foliage for me is when Unreal Engine crashes. So it moved everything. Rest of it is all static mesh, which is great. 2885. Yeah. So now what we will do is go back into this. Now we have all our foliage here, and Unreal, because we saved it all into the foliage panel here. Now we have access to it. So I'm just gonna move this out of the way, and then to select the 2 trees that we don't need, and all of these are now selected, which is great for creating. If I was to just select it all just to see if it paints well without crashing, fingers crossed. I'm just going to, now we have a brush here. Before I do anything else, gonna save all. And the one thing I would say with foliage, try not to press Ctrl Z. If you did something that you don't like, you can use the erase tool. I have a habit, I'll probably press Ctrl Z while I said that, but try not to. Let's see how it goes either way. So I'm just gonna hit one time, and you can see just like that, we got all of that crazy foliage in here, and it's super dense. So let's undo. There you go, it works. Just to show you guys that it works, Control Z, but sometimes it doesn't. So something to keep in mind. Let's make this bigger, so we're painting over a much larger area. See what that does. Okay, it's just as dense. We don't want that dense, so we're going to reduce the density to 0.1. That is still very dense. Let's do 0.01. There you go. Now you have some things painted in. Now I usually do this first stroke just to see what all is being painted, because then it enables me to pick and choose and paint something first at one point, and then have other types of meshes coming in. Like for example, this cyan colored coconut looking tree, it's very eye-catching. You don't want it everywhere, so obviously you want to make sure that the paint density for that is set to something low, so it doesn't show up every now and then. So let's find that. It's this one, select that, and just for that you can drop the density to like I don't know, set to 100 to maybe 20, like 1/5 of what it is, and then try again, and you'll see that that tree pops up way less. Same thing with the other ones. Let's take a look which one is more eye-catching in the sense you don't want to see it too much. Maybe this one here, the one with the long lines, because we used that back there as well. So again, undo, and then find that particular one, and then maybe keep it to 35 instead of 20 we had before. And that's how you usually set up your foliage as well. You could do, what you could do is like obviously turn everything off and just pick one single type of species and paint that. You could do that. I sometimes do that, but I try to set up the probabilities first, and that's very important because you don't want it to all have the same possibility of spawning. You want some of them to take over and some of them to don't. So anyways, so now we have reduced that orange one and those trees. What I'm noticing is obviously we don't have that very low to the ground, short, mossy looking foliage in here. So that's something to keep in mind, that we might have to find one that can take over the entire area. So maybe not the best idea to spawn these ones. So whenever you're doing that kind of grassy moss texture, grassy moss foliage, you don't want it to be too dense because it's going to be everywhere. So I could say, okay, I'm just gonna, scale this guy down and just use that and paint that all over. You could do it, but because he has so many polygons, even though it probably isn't as many, like I could just hey Manas, how's it going? Of course, been a while, haven't heard from you. What's up? What you been up to? Yeah, so if I go to wireframe, you can see even though it doesn't have that many polygons, anything you're using for grassy kind of look, try to have like 1/10 of this polygon or something, like just like 5, 6, 10, 20, 30 polygons with just a blade of grass, and that's it. And that kind of stuff you can paint everywhere because it won't still lag. But if I try to paint this, even though everything is nanite and all that, it's not recommended because of the fact that the poly count is high, and obviously on top of that, the material that it's using has wind built into it to make it move, which is not a good thing. You want your mossy grass to be static. You don't want it moving. You can have a little bit taller grass here and there that can move, kind of like that stuff can move, that's fine. But I personally wouldn't spread this everywhere because it might be way too heavy. And the look as well, obviously. I don't want it to have this thin look. I'm going for that very short, stubby, mossy, almost like the Arctic tundra, you know. Let me look up Arctic tundra moss. You want something like this. That's what I'm getting, at least the vibes, like this kind of stuff. And this is very dense but very short and stubby, kind of like that, but obviously spread everywhere. Yeah, stuff like this, stuff like that. So it's good to have references like that of what you're trying to aim for, and then all this other alien stuff can then come on top. I'm not a fan of these kind of bushes because they make it look very earth-like. And while we do want to have like some semblance of earth stuff, it's obviously like you don't want to go crazy with it. So let's reduce the density of these bush here. So let's find where that bush is. Jungle bush, I think. Select these two. Okay, before we do that, undo this stroke. Select the two jungle bush and set the density to something super low, like 25. Same thing, paint, and then keep looking. This tall one that's showing up, that's also way too much. Undo, select that, maybe 30. Again, paint, take a look. My Bixby's just going off. Literally nobody said the word Bixby and it's still okay. Just saying the name also triggers it. It's like a ghost at this point. Not ghost, what's his name? Voldemort. Can't say his name. Alright. So let's take a look. What else? These ones I'm kind of liking. This one right here. It's not as... This RGB glowing one definitely needs to tune down. Let's bring it down. This glowing emissive one. Is it this one? Finbush. You can obviously double click if you're in doubt to see which one is which. It's the one that has these two colors. Is it this one? Yeah. Finbush. Let's reduce to 55. So it's good, but not too high. Actually, you have to undo before we do 55. Again, be very careful with the undo. I'm just doing it because maybe the amount of foliage is not as high. Once you start painting like crazy, pressing undo will crash Unreal. At least it does for me. So starting to reduce, which is good. What else is catching the eye instantly? Let's see. What do you guys think? Which ones are looking too dense and too obvious? I think this is a good density for now. Obviously it needs tweaking, but we'll do that once we get to it. So let's go on a hunt and find our grass, our mossy grass. So there's two ways obviously we can go through Quixel, but before we do that I want to see if we have something present. Is this grass a part of the foliage we have here? Search. So there's the jungle grass, which is not this one. There's jungle grass set 1 and 2. Set 1, set 2. Which one is this? Set 3. So there's 3 jungle grasses here. That's not the one that's already in our scene from before. Grass clumps. Let's see how heavy this is in terms of static mesh. Okay, it's not that, I mean, obviously it's heavy in terms of the fact there's a bunch of them, but let's try. Yeah, it's not as bad. This is a good candidate. What's the poly count? You can count nanite triangles 2592, so that's one quick way of seeing. You can go back to the other glass that we had, the one from this one, sorry, from this one, and then see how much nanite triangles it sees. So 1000, so that's actually lesser. That's good. Vertex triangles 1420, 1480. This one. So these are just different LODs. So the one we saw before was LOD 1, that's why. Yep. So this is the highest LOD. This has 2592, 1300. It's just as 500. Basically least. Cool. What about this grass here? So this is a bit taller. Maybe not what we're looking for. So not these either. Alright. In that case, we only have one option. I'm gonna search grass to see what pops up. By default, set it to static mesh type. So these are all the ones that we saw. This jungle polyp, jungle bush. Yeah, these are all too big. Cool. So we don't have any. So let's go get some of this stuff in Quixel. So I'm gonna open up that here, Quixel bridge, and let's look for some moss. So I have to sign in. Give me a second, guys. Gotta sign in on another screen. Alright, we're in. So let's look for mossy stuff. So this is the kind of stuff we're looking for. You know, obviously we will probably even download these and just drag and drop those into the scene as well to create actual boulders So we're not just using that one terrain mesh to create everything, like we will bring these in as well. But let's focus at the task at hand, which is to find moss as a 3D foliage. And if we don't find one, then we'll use these rocks as an alternative to that moss, basically. .3D plants. Let's say moss. No. Interesting. Ground cover. Maybe it's not called moss. Maybe it could be something else, as long as it's very tiny. Crowberry. Has to be tiny and then low poly. Tundra grass. Interesting. That's the thing, when you go through grass, it's so crazy how many types there are. I was reading this on was it on, like, I forget where it was. It was in like somewhere, but it was a fact that grass is like the longest living unaltered form of life that hasn't changed from what it used to be millions of years ago. Like form of life, obviously, because there's animals, it's a different category, but this is like overarching. Imagine that the grass has been just grass when dinosaurs walked, because it perfected itself to a point where it made itself so hardy where it can grow anywhere, that now it still grows in like the most hard to grow places. Let's look at grass. I might want to try the tundra grass. Just want something that is like very short and dense. Wild grass. Yeah, like some of these elements that Quixel has, they're more like horizontal spread elements and less of the vertical stuff. That's what we're looking for. And again, if we don't find it, we'll just use those cliff pieces because they have moss on them. Like the geometry itself is like uneven, and we could use that to paint. The problem with those stones that we saw before with moss on them is that you're probably gonna have to hand place all of that. I really wish that they had scanned just moss. Alright, so tundra grass is the one that I see that is specifically tundra, which is where moss grows. But I don't know, it just looks very thin and flaky almost. But let's download. Sure, you don't need it. We do need it at highest quality because there's going to be close-up shots later. So that's why I'm gonna have to download it at a high quality so that in those close-up shots you don't end up seeing the low res texture of this. Cool. I will take a quick break, grab water, and I'll see you guys in a second once this is downloaded and added to the environment. So I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Bye bye. We are back. So, we were on the hunt for grass. And we downloaded this one. Let's add it to our environment. And then minimize this. Select all of the assets in here, Control A, mark for add. You don't have to do all this, it's just for perforce, which is a whole different thing. Don't worry about perforce. We're just adding this in. Yes. All right, so let's see if we have something short. Oh, these are foliages, so foliages. What's foliages? It's just foliage. All right. These are all jungle. All right. So, what you could do here is also sort by triangles like we did before. That might be a quick way. So we go back to column view and then triangles, and this way you can find the ones that have the least amount. But that might be another problem, the fact that obviously it has less triangle. It's just literally one blade of grass, so you don't want that either, because then you're just painting too many blades. So let's keep going. Yeah, I'm just gonna open this on the screen just to see. That's also a blade of grass. Go a little bit up the chain, a couple of blades of grass, a little bit more up the chain. Yeah. So let's go back in our content, set this to tiles. You can see that they're a bit sorted by vertexes, I think, still. Triangles, 1452, 1850. Okay, perfect. So even after you change the view, the sorting still stays, which is great. So now in this we can see which is the lowest one, 2600. Yeah, don't really want to do that. Maybe we can like intersperse that and use that a little bit here and there, but this is another thing, like when you're, in our case the camera is high up, so you really want something that covers ground more horizontally than vertically. So contrary to what we might have said before, seems like might be better to use these because it has only 1100 vertices. I guess gonna have to make it really small because it is really nice for top-down kind of views. It breaks up the thing. I was hoping that we could have gotten something in like 500 vertex range. That would have been way better, but 1500, 2000. Yeah, so the set one has the lowest, 1100. That, and then I guess no, these bushes are way too much, 5000. All right, didn't want to do it, but here it goes. Set one, this one. So we are going to keep only this one selected and turn everything else off. So we're only working with this grass, set one, and I hit paint. See what happens if it even painted. It says it did, yes. Okay, I see it. Now select that and set paint density to crazy numbers. Okay, now undo that before and now set it to crazy numbers. Okay, we're getting more. Add even more. Okay, that's the highest it can go. So what that means is we have to increase instead of changing the size of this, we have to increase this overall paint density to 0.05, let's say, which means all of these ones that we changed before will also need to be updated because the global value got changed. So now I can't undo because I did a bunch of changes. So instead I'm just gonna click erase. The best part about using foliage tool is, let's say if you erase, you don't know, maybe there might be a couple of instances still left. You can check the number under, which clearly showcases if you forgot one of them. So if I go back and search set, this is the one that I was painting, and I know instance count is 0, so it did not miss anything. So now if I paint, now you get your density. Although my goal is to make this smaller in size, so scale is, instead of 1, we set it to 0.25 and 0.5, and then paint, which means we're gonna have to increase the amount again. Also, try painting it around your person, because the person's not gonna change. So you don't want the grass to be this big. I want it to be really small. 0.1 to 0.25. Paint. Okay, this is good size. You just need to make it crazy dense still. So let's say 0.1. It's not enough. Let's just go to 1. It's gonna lag. Okay, it's like a billion of these, 127k. So that's the price you pay, I guess. But the fact that they have wind makes it really, really slow. Might want to take that wind out. Now I'm really thinking if it's actually better to just use the moss rocks that we saw before, because otherwise this will get really heavy really fast, even if it's just with grass. Let's see how many get added if I just try. What's the actual count? Okay, nanite overflow. Yep. Alright, I guess we're not doing that. So let's delete all of this. And then go back to our thing. Change this to maybe not 10,000, but just like 5,000. Much more. 65k. Okay. Alright, we might have to bring in those rocks that we saw before. So I'm gonna go back to Pixel Bridge and go back to home and search moss to grab these guys. See if we can sort by downloaded. Close this. I think, yeah, local. Then search moss. 3D assets. Search moss. So we only find the ones that we have locally. Then just export these guys into our scene. So this is gonna be more waiting. I apologize for that, but it needs to be done. So I'm gonna select all of these guys. Mossy, everything mossy. Yeah, this kind of stuff, mossy mounds. Alright, so like that. Sure, this one. This one, that one. This one. Actually not that one. The ground under is not so good. And then they're all downloaded, so we just have to add. And this is gonna take a while. So while we wait, out of the 5 people that are watching, if anyone has any questions, anything to chat about, what you've been up to. I see Manas, you asked. I replied back, how's it going, brother? If you're still around, let me know what you've been up to. Pranil, Mehdi, Andre, anyone. And we're just gonna wait until all of these assets come in one by one. What else? Just gonna go back to that image just to look at it while Unreal is doing its thing. Just to take it all in, get inspired, see the kind of stuff that we could add, things we don't want to get carried away by. Definitely like the fact that there's this cluster here on the left that leads your eye in. So that's something we're gonna have to add. All those other foliage that you saw, we'll probably just paint them more on this side. And then the biggest thing, I guess, is to add these huge fog elements that we'll do today as well. Yeah, we'll get the foreground to some kind of good place and add a good amount of fog cards at least. How much time we have today? So it's 1:13 a.m. We have been going for how long? What do I see? We've been going for 2 hours and 11 minutes now. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 2 hours 11 minutes. Probably go for another hour and a half maybe before I'll probably have to sleep. But let's hope we can get the ground here to some good extent. Add some nice fog in the back to mimic that kind of large scale fog. Yeah, it's this grassy variety is literally what's bringing the life to the scene, in my opinion. Like all of this stuff down here where my cursor is. It's that really fine but super dense grass, so that like the ground is only barely visible, like here and there, here. The rest of it is like just covered. But yeah. Oh, we're still bringing in the assets on another screen. So anyone, I know there's 5 people watching. I can literally see in the analytics. If anyone is there, please let me know. It'd be good to have a little chat. Engage with the audience. Wow, there's new buttons I didn't even know YouTube had. Start a poll. Start a Q&A. Answer viewer questions live. That's cool. Q, ask me anything. Q&A test. How does this work? Pop out chat. Start a poll. That's cool. It's got these different tools. 2 more people joined. 7 people. We're just waiting. Unreal Engine is adding these Quixel assets to the scene. So we're just waiting for it to drop in. Start poll. Ask a question. What question could it be? To be or not to be? One option, to be. Other option, maybe not to be. I'm just testing these features that are available on YouTube chat. It pops up on top of the chat. That's interesting. That's cool. What else? What else we got? Emojis. Super chats. Wow, YouTube's got its own set of emojis. That's cool. All right. What else? Reactions. Cool. All right. Still bringing in. Oh my god, this is not a good idea. Should have done like one at a time. It's bringing in like 15 super high quality, massive Icelandic rocks and cliffs and whatnot. Ooh, I just hope it doesn't crash. By the way, that tip that I just gave earlier of using the list mode, the column mode in the content browser to sort assets, you could use the same thing to actually sort by texture size, which is another great way of finding textures that are too big for your scene, because that means anytime you're not able to render something, because you might have downloaded like a Quixel asset that was like 8K or something, but now you don't know which assets that you downloaded were 8K. Could even be assets outside of Quixel folder, like the Megascans folder. So that trick is really useful for finding textures that are too large in your scene, because one of the properties that you can sort by or even find is the size of the texture in the textures folder if you have. So I would routinely do that whenever I'm not able to render. Go in and drop everything that's, let's say, 8K or 4K, drop that back down to something like 2K or 1K, and then you can just render easily because your VRAM can handle. But yes sir, let's see, is it done bringing in? No, still bringing in. Alright, it's saving, so it looks like it's done. Once the save is done, I think it should be good. Awesome. Oh, come on, 2 more. Alright, I don't know what to do with dead air. Maybe I should have like a... Let's open up Reddit, Unreal Engine. Let's see what's up. Is there a way to like leave messages on the screen so people can see them? Maybe. I'll just type in the chat. Waiting for Unreal Engine to load Quixel assets. Alright, that way people know when they join. Anyone else comes. Oh, there's new fab stuff. There's something I do, by the way. I hoard assets like crazy. Every 2 weeks there's a new set of assets. This one looks like more stylized stuff. Some portal energy stuff, which is kind of cool. A lot of times you might not realize as a person doing cinematics, if you're trying to do like high quality photorealistic stuff, you might see stuff like this and be like, well, it's too stylized, I'm not gonna like add it to my library, I don't want it. But you'll be surprised how you could use certain elements instead of using everything. I did that for one of the YouTube open it videos that I did with this pug. It's part of like a pug challenge that I did. Highly recommend grabbing assets regardless. So let me show you what I mean. So this one, just gonna mute. If you look at it, like this stuff here and the one that's burning on the ground there, give it a second to go back. Right, this stuff, even the lightning strikes, the one that he's standing in, and then the one that's up here, all of these were part of like stylized VFX packs, and I never thought I'll use them, but I still added them to my list. But now I realize that it's totally worth it. So whenever you see stuff like that, I would highly recommend to grab it. That's usually they have at least one asset that's like high quality photorealistic. In this case, it's this train, I guess. It's pretty cool if you want to do like a train heist sequence. Oh, still bringing in. Oh my god. Sorry guys. Took a while to bring those assets in. But yeah, grab that. See what people are saying. Yeah, I kind of agree to that. It has gotten down a little bit. Damn. 10,000 skeletal meshes on GPU. That's crazy. Wow, that's cool. These assets are by Maxim Borgramov or something. I might be butchering his last name. Really good vendor and seller on marketplace. It's got like good looking assets. That's cool. Somebody rigged all of it. Still waiting. It says waiting for static meshes to be ready. Oh boy. How long is it gonna take? Something to keep in mind whenever you're doing cinematics like this. Try to keep the camera's movement as realistic as possible. I mean, if your goal is obviously to make something that is photoreal. A lot of times I see people making really nice assets, but then their camera will just be bad. Either it'll be traveling too fast, or it'll be doing these crazy camera moves, or it's like going into things and going out of things. It will never be breaking realistically. It will just have these like very sharp pointy turns. Like right here you'll see there's like that jerk that happens when it changes direction. It's probably because they didn't use easy ease on the keyframes. The camera can literally make or break your scene. So I would highly recommend to look at some like real life references of something you're trying to create. So if you're trying to do like a 360 of a building or something, just look at an actual video and just try to replicate that as is. I don't know if we're stuck at this point, because I can click things but not move them. Like I can click the content browser on the other screen and the sequencer, but I can't drag it onto the screen. And it says waiting for static meshes to be ready on the other screen. So sorry about that, guys. Hopefully it comes back. No, I think we're done. Oh no, the sign. Now you can see the sign here. Waiting for static meshes to be ready. Let's move this here so people can see. Oh, waiting. Is it done? No. Still waiting.
Formed into a fiery column of death.
We are not thriving. True, more of us is worn away.
Or so something like it.
Cool stuff. Apparently the new 5.6 metahumans are way better. obviously they have more control with the fact that you can create bodies now, metahuman custom bodies, but even the face stuff, I think, I don't know if it's the texture or the model quality or something, but everyone I hear says that Unreal 5.6 metahumans are way better. So if anyone's starting a new project that uses metahuman, just do 5.6. I personally haven't even downloaded. I don't even have the disk space to set up 5.6. It takes like 30-40 gigs easily. Yeah, you can see in the back it's still ingesting the assets. Oh wow. Early footage of a game I've been working on for the last 2 years. Let's pause the music. See what they're doing. It's like the back part looks like Annie Jensen from Deus Ex Mankind. That's cool. Which one was the one that came before Mankind Divided? Mankind Divided, no. The one that I played before Mankind, Human Revolution? Yeah. Sorry guys for anyone again joining. Just waiting for Unreal to finish loading the Quixel assets, as you can see on the left here on my screen. A lot of these horror games popping up. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't know if anyone will know this. When you're trying to make media plate actors, I should probably ask that in the Reddit. I can't find the option to set the play rate for the media plate actors. the old way of bringing in video files in Unreal Engine, there was an option where you could set the play rate of the video so you can play it faster or slower. But now, ever since they added the media plate actor, which is the new way of adding videos to Unreal Engine, in that actor I can't find play rate for some reason, and neither can I find it if I bring it into the sequencer. I just want to play that video faster. I can just export a faster video before bringing it into Unreal, but I would rather have that option in the engine. I don't know how exactly to get about doing that. Wow. For a second I thought that was the game. God, so many, and I feel like these clips are pretty massive too in size. That's why it's taking forever to bring in. Someone voted to be. Which desert shot feels more cinematic and why? Let's see. Okay. Interesting choice. So the author asks, which one of these two shots feels more cinematic? This one? Or this one? What do you think? In reference ones, there's a nice depth feel, blurrier fog as move, which really sucks the realism. Most do don't have the atmospheric depth, so the background feels flatter. Come on. Okay, finally we're done. Holy. Took forever. Alright. Just gonna spend some time preparing all of this. So, if you're working with the division control, by the way, which is per force, which is what I'm using, I'm not gonna explain what it is because it's way too complex. But it basically allows multiple people to work together on the same project. A lot of times you might have this when there'll be a question mark, meaning that particular asset is not part of perforce. If you ever wanted to just find that, because let's say each one of these folders is the same thing, I just want to find all the assets that has that question mark. You just go to the main parent folder, and then in here, go at the very bottom, do other filters, and then click not revision controlled, which is here, and that should show all of them. So to add them all at the same time, just for those that do use Perforce in their day-to-day work. If not, just ignore what I'm saying. Alright, come on. That's gonna take some time. compiling all this. Now we're good. At least we have a lot of assets to work with to build this ground. Does anyone of you like sketching while you're working? Anytime this kind of stuff happens, when I'm waiting for things to happen, I just sketch. Right now I'm sketching on this envelope, but just little doodles. I'm waiting for stuff to load up. So here's the little pastime instead of doom scrolling. Anytime you're working with hard drive space and you're running low on it, and it's an older project that you don't care about, you can go into the master folder and then clear out the autosaves folder that it saves. You'll easily get back like 5-10 gigs of space sometimes depending on the size of your project. Because it autosaves all the time and it saves a lot of the data over and over where you work on something. So it's a good way to get space back from your projects. I should probably do it on like a sketchbook. Just save it all. So much waiting. I feel like a lot of time got wasted on this one. Usually I try to do these things offline, like how we brought in the animation that you saw in the beginning of the stream. And I did that offline so that you do this during the stream. And sometimes you just find these things out as you're working on them, and then there's no choice but to do it on stream, which then leads to dead air time. I would engage with the audience too, watching some stuff together, getting opinions, but I feel like a lot of people are watching this in the background, so it's hard to engage as well. Nobody's chatting, I guess, but just watching. Hey, thank you for watching still. I appreciate you guys sticking around and watching things with me till the end. Well, I'm the you guys watching. But, come on. So slow. Just doodling. Someone that looks like my dad. Looks like my dad. I don't know if you guys will be able to see. Not this guy. Alright, we're done. Finally, all the assets are in. We can start building. Sorry for the chair squeaks. Alright. Let's get back into it. So, we have all of this good stuff. So what I usually do to quickly pick from those is to set this to static mesh. So now I can see all of that. So let's save everything. Check out. Come on, please be fast. We just went through like a 5-minute autosave. Uh-oh, my music is breaking up. I hope my GPU doesn't crash. Uh-oh. I detect the GPU crash. Oh, well, that's that many things. Close this. So I think we are back. Hello. Oh, my display crashed entirely. My webcam crashed too. I don't think you guys can see me. Video capture. Well, I think as long as my mic is coming through, I think it'll be fine. My everything crashed, but it didn't restart the computer. I just got Unreal Engine back, so I closed everything, but I think everything still crashed. I have no video for myself, but I think you should be able to see my screen. I'm just gonna open up a quick tab to see what the stream looks like on the other end. Give me a second while we open up the file in the background. Okay, so it's opening. I am just going to check what the stream looks like. All right. I think we are back and everything is in here. You guys can't see my face, but I think it should be fine because my webcam crashed. So I don't think it'll come back up right now. Plus we have like an hour left at the most. So let's just get into it and keep building. Sorry for anyone who is still around and had to endure that insanely slow ingestion of these assets that we brought in from Quixel. But I am just going to quickly open up the shot so we can see the camera. Let's start populating the ground. So we're gonna move this here. And then go to the camera. Oh, looks like my webcam wants to connect. Just turned on. No. Filters. No. It's just making its own sounds. Alright, it is what it is. So we are in this scene. Let us start bringing in the assets. So as we talked about last, I also realized the music was way too loud. I don't know why someone didn't correct that you guys couldn't hear. I was watching the stream back. So I'm gonna lower the volume. It's better that it's there in the very, very far background instead of it being so loud that you can't even hear what I'm saying, which is what I think ended up being in the stream. Alright, so we go back to our environment, mega scans, 3D assets, set this to static mesh, and then start bringing these in. Make sure our level is set to landscape. Turn off this directional light that we added as an optional thing, and then we'll do the same thing that we did before. Set this to columns, and then that way we can find the proc size, sort by size, so the biggest ones are in the back, and then change this back to tiles, and then this way we have the biggest assets here in the back. So let's bring in some of these heavy ones, see how much space it occupies in our visual field. That's great. Now let's just start building, and once we build a rough terrain based on what we already had, then we can go in and remove the previous one that we used if need be. Let's bring this a bit closer to the camera. So it's almost like a foreground ledge. Caldera is kind of nice. Use this on this side. Flatten it a little. And now we can use that as the ridge that we had before. Now the only thing is, with some of these things you might have to change the material, because you can see if I try to put it next to here, the contrast is way too strong. So you could always go into the material of that particular thing and then go to albedo controls, make it brighter. That way it blends in much better. That's basically what I do on my end. Alright, let me quickly see if the volume dropped for the music. So give me a second. Alright, I think this should be the music, ideally. I checked it in the back, so it's just there. It's not insanely loud. Sorry for anyone who's probably gonna watch this on demand and will have a really hard time listening to what I'm trying to say. I feel like in the beginning when I was talking with Andre, he just said it sounded great, but I think it was too loud. Anyways, right, so try to increase the albedo sometimes if you want it to get brighter, or reduce the contrast to make it flatter. so it's not, there you go, something like that. You still have some contrast, but it's not crazy, and then you can use that. Save. Bring this one much closer. To have it as a nearby shelf where we can populate things similar to that image that we have. Alright, let's bring in the other ones. Some of these will be like really weirdly shaped, so might be able to use it only in like a singular spot. This one you can see is too dark when it goes into the shadow, so I might have to boost. Actually, this is running the same error that we saw before with the lighting. It's nothing to do with the actual, like it's something strange, because I've seen this before when I was initially working with some assets when I was building the stream. If you go back to the very first stream, you'll notice this, where in the unlit mode they all have similar values, but if you go into lit mode, this particular one just shows a black and really dark for some reason. Maybe because it's using like fuzzy shader or something, I don't know. But then this one doesn't. And I'm not sure. Like right now you can see here it's fine. If I was to turn off UDS, Ultra Dynamic Sky, DS, turn that off, then it looks better again, which is again really weird. Like it behaves correctly in this lighting, right? You can see all that. But if I go into UDS and I turn that on, if for some reason it's almost like it has no skylight contribution. Turn that off. It's like this patch is just as dark as it would be if there was no skylight, but the rest of the patches are not like that, so I don't know why it does that. It only responds to direct lights, but not to skylights, so to speak. Yeah. Maybe I could change the skylights. Refresh. Sky atmosphere. Let's see. No. Sky modifiers. Yeah, this is the second time that I've noticed this. There's something definitely going on with the sky itself, basically. If I set this to no clouds, it goes back to being correct because the direct light that's present in the scene actually hits it correctly. So it's something to do with the fact that the skylight contribution is not being registered, so to speak. There you go. It broke, I guess, still. Volumetric clouds. And I don't know what to do to fix it. The other solution I also noticed was going into change the material and add. So when I was building this guy here, this big terrain, you'll notice that it's my own material with the basic textures inside of it. It's not the Megascans material, and this seems to work. So it's another one of those confusing things where for some reason a basic simple material like this works, which is surface opaque default lit, and then this one, which is the crazy one, which looks correct in its own viewport, but when viewed in the scene it doesn't look correct anymore. So I'm not sure what exactly is causing. Is it the light, the fact that there's no skylight contribution, or the fact that this is fuzz material VT? Actually, let's check the difference between these two. So this one's using this one, and the master material is MS default fuzz material VT, and this one is using, yeah, it is the fuzz material MS default material VT. So if I was to browse and assign this one to this one's parent, so browse to select this, assign it here, it should work. That's right. So something to do with the fuzz material, or it's not correct. And visually it doesn't change the scene as much, so we'll just go ahead and use it this way. But something to keep in mind. Wow, there you go, we troubleshooted in real time. If you're using fuzz material when working with ultradynamic sky, you might run into problems, but that's how you can solve them. Change the master material to this one, MS default material VT. Yeah, it's good to have this foreground element like sliding by as the camera moves, giving it nice parallax. Maybe move it a little bit down. Oh boy. All right. So we go back and start bringing in other ones. 3D assets, static meshes. So I'm just doing this in the other screen. Just bringing in the assets based on size. So again, because we changed folder, that thing that we did before disappeared. Just gonna sort by approx size. That's the smallest, that's the biggest, and then change the view to tiles. Now I'm gonna keep this view and then just drag in all the different assets. So we brought in 3 of them. Let's bring in more. So this has the same issue. We open that up and then open this up. Can find this material. I'm gonna copy the name from the content browser. So now what you can do is just select this, click on this, paste that up there, and you can just find that quickly. And we use this guy, save. You can see the material fixed itself. So let's continue using this stuff for ground coverage for mossy stuff. So I'm gonna make it face the camera in a way where we can then bring it down and flatten it and whatnot, make it large to make it look more mossy in terms of the ground itself. And now it's just the good playing part where you're just going in and trying to find different spots to put the same kind of assets in. Just rotate and tweak and adjust. Same thing as before. Browse back to the assets, static mesh, settings, column, approx size, settings, tiles. Alright, I'm just gonna bring all of them in first while I have that content browser set up. Then change the master material after the fact. Let's bring that in. Bring this in. Bring that in. You can see they're all getting smaller in size. And this is why it's good to ingest each one based on size. Bring that in. And now last 2, that one, that one, and finally that one. So now all of them aren't broken. Obviously only the ones that have the fuzz material on them are broken. So again, select this, pick the, oh no, we already have that name selected, so now we select the broken ones, open it up and change the material from fuzz to paste this, and then pick the first one, save, close. So you will see the material goes back to being correctly displayed. Again, I don't know why the fuzz material is not working. If anyone has an answer, that would be great to know why this is broken. But now you know the solution. Whoops. Pick that, regular material, save, close, go down, select, pick, save. And then the same thing, browse, paste, save, select, open, go down, select, paste, save, Like stuff like this I wish there was AI for, instead of doing all the crazy cool shit. That's what I need AI to do. Just go in and do repetitive tasks. Save. And then last, second last. Save. Fuzz, select, save, and then final. Select, paste, save. Okay, I guess that's the last one. Fuzz, save, and done. So now all of them are using the non-fuzz to work, and now we can just duplicate from here instead of having to do it for each one, like bring one at a time. Now they're all in the scene, so you can always duplicate and start building really fast. So what I'm gonna do actually is also make this view bigger. Let's see if we can do this while full screen. I hope it doesn't crash. So now is the fun part of building. That doesn't involve anything else except just visual guidance on how to build this kind of stuff. But that just comes with experience. The more you build, the more intuitive you'll get at what pieces need to go which direction and what angle and all of that. So at this point, just if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask, or just enjoy the music as I build it. There's not much to it except just going in and building it. I'm just gonna set the message on the group. If anyone is still around watching, let me just post this here. Alright, sent the message there. So I can just focus on building now. Hello, I hope people are still here. People watching. I'm just completely focused in trying to build this by eye. Anyone has any questions, messages, concerns, anything you want to ask, feel free to write it in the chat. Yeah, it's already 3. I feel like a lot of the time just went by in ingesting these assets. hello, anyone new who joined in. I'm just building this, just in a zen state, building this. So if anyone has any questions, concerns, anything you want to chat about, feel free to post it in the chat. Just gonna use the original one. And then do the same thing, switch the material from fuzz. we have people still watching. I'm just building this. Focusing on breaking up uniform patterns. Trying to keep the ground relatively flat in the area where the action's happening, where the mannequin is, while trying to create some interesting shapes nearby, so that when you view from this angle, more or less it's relatively straight to the forest that way. But then it also works in this wide view, creating like a bowl basically inside of which the person is. Again, if you are one of the viewers who's been finding these live streams helpful, please hit that like button on the live stream itself. Definitely helps the channel out. And if you haven't seen the previous ones, highly recommend checking it out. Lots and lots of tips and tricks on how I work and just how to speed things up in Unreal Engine in general. I think we're coming to a close. It's 3:30. I should probably go to sleep. I got work tomorrow. So, just within the same piece, like you can see here, like it's the same object here. I just keep making like duplicates of materials itself, because that's not that heavy to process. Instead of finding new pieces and running out of pieces to put and making it all look similar, try to, whenever you add like a new chunk, you really like that area but it's obviously having these kind of discolorations, you can always create a copy of the material and then see if adding the other copy helps blend the two together or not. And again, some of this might look pixelated because it's supposed to be part of larger, smaller pieces that we're scaling up to really large sizes, but from this far away you're never gonna actually see it. Copy all these attributes. So I accidentally set this as a keyframe here for that piece in the sequencer. So if I was to delete this now, obviously the values here that you can see here that are keyframed will change. So watch as I delete it from the sequencer. That piece just goes somewhere. I don't know where it is, but sometimes you can just copy the values that it used to have. In our case, I think it doesn't go anywhere, it just rotates a tiny bit that we can counter rotate after. Yeah. So if it doesn't, and let's say the object moves a lot and jumps somewhere else, you can always copy paste these settings before the deletion. That way you know exactly where to paste and what to paste. Alright, let's see from the camera's perspective what we got so far. Let's move all of these chunks out of the way. Oh, look, puppy's here. What happened, Chunkin? He always waits. It's like, can I come in? Am I allowed to come in? I'll show you guys for those who are here. Oh no, my camera's off because it crashed. Well, I'll show you guys Chimkin in the next stream. He's really pretty. And he's a really good boy. Just giving me soft cookies. Good boy, Chimkin. Almost done. Alright. So I'm gonna quickly get these pieces out of the way, out of the camera point of view, just to move it over. We'll just use those after the fact. But I think it came out really nice. If you see all of these Nordic cliffs, if I turn all of it off, believe all of this. Oh, even more. Well, I should have grouped. This is a good time to start grouping your things as well, so you're not just doing things by hand. Also, I realized this is a good time to delete things that are no longer on camera. Like you can see there's an object far left here. If you just delete it, it's never going to be visible. But let's do this. Add all of these two folders. Call it trees. What kind of trees are these? These are called just trees. Okay. So they go there. These are add to new folder. Call this jungle biome trees, actually, and then move this to an entire folder called full tree setup. I might have to copy this name, add it here, copy this name, add it here. That way we can add all of this inside the full tree setup, so everything is nice and organized. Right, gigantic tundra and all of this Icelandic can move to landscape. Okay, there is a folder called landscape. Landscape. So all that goes there. Easy fog can go inside. Easy fog. What else? This is the PCG system. Let that also go into the trees. And then evil trees. Add to folder. Evil trees. Add that to our full tree setup. Cool. got landscape. In this we can add the landscape quick cell as well, so all the landscape is together. And more jungle, broadleaf. All of these would go inside. Jungle biome trees. And then this mossy stuff all goes in the landscape. This way now. Landscape quick cell. Now if I quickly wanted to see what the progress was like from today's thing with the landscape, I can just do this. You can quickly see all the cool little bits and bobs. There's gonna be way more, and then the grass is gonna come on top and foliage and whatnot. I think it's gonna be beautiful. Then right before we leave, let's do one final fog work. Make sure we're in the right level. Fog. Save everything. Almost there, almost there. Come on. All right. Duplicate that. And then kind of push it to further back. Really large. Make sure it's like very far back. And the fact that it has a higher geometry fade. I think it'll be cool. The spotlights and lighting, direction lighting. Yeah, I think it's coming together. It's gonna look beautiful when it's done. I think the foreground detail really helps. Once the grass and all comes on top, it's gonna be even nicer. It's gonna be like tons of really small foreground, alien-like foliage. But yeah, that's what we were able to manage. I feel like almost an hour got wasted in the ingestion of these assets and when the stream crashed. But so the actual work time was close to like 3 hours. But yeah, this is the part when we start saying goodbye. Again, if anyone has any questions, concerns, comments, feel free to leave that on the video, or you can reach me out on all my socials. The link is in the description of each one of my videos. But until then, I hope you guys found something useful out of all of this, and I sincerely thank you guys for watching these making of processes. It really helps. Hit the like button on the stream if you enjoyed it, and I will see you guys in the next one. Till then, have a good one. I'm gonna go sleep. I have to wake up in 5.5 hours. So, good night. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.